Okay, everyone. Hello, really longathon. Welcome to Xenogears. I am moving the menu here on the title screen because I don't want the game to start playing a 2-minute cutscene. But uh, we're going to dive right into this because we have a long run and I have plenty of time to explain things after we get started. So we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Let's immediately skip the opening cutscene because we don't need to watch that. It's the only skippable cutscene in the game, so we're gonna skip it. Anyway, while this intro text is playing out, because you can read this, we have a glitch coming up in just a couple minutes. Before we even get out of this cutscene, we are going to be swapping disks at the exact right time to get into the kernel menu, which basically means we can buy anything we want from any shop in the game. It's awesome. There will be a lot of beeping. It's great. So I'm going to be navigating that shop menu and not talking a whole lot once we get into that point. But for now, I can explain a little bit of it. I will have to navigate the menu blind to get into the menu of shops to get into the correct shops blind. But once I'm in a shop, I can see what's in that shop. I have a pretty large list of things to buy. Most of them are like some weapons, speed stars, which are really important because they cast haste. I've got to get some ether doublers, which are the best item in the game. What they do is they double your ether damage, but they also double the EP cost of whatever ability it is. However, not all abilities that are based on your ether stat cost EP, and it doesn't double any other costs, only EP cost. So if you have an ability that doesn't cost EP, the ether doubler doubles its damage, but doesn't double any of the cost of it. It's really, really overpowered. We can also buy drives here. Drives are basically stats. We're going to be buying a lot of ether stats because ether is the best stat in this game. Nothing else matters other than speed, but we can't buy speed drives. We'll get some speed rings, a couple Sigma Souls, which are full EP restoratives. And of course, we'll get some safety items as well. And we'll outfit all our gears in this menu, but we're coming up on the point where I have to do the menu. I told you it'd be getting started in just a couple minutes. And let's not miss this point, because if I miss it, oh boy, is it going to take a while to get to a place where I can do a menu again, where I can try and reactivate it. And not that long, but it'll take a little bit, and it's not consistent at any other point. Outside of this opening cutscene. Okay, I have swapped the disc. This should take us to the beeping. Welcome to beeping. This is how this is supposed to look, swapping discs back before I do anything else. I hope you like beeping. What am I buying here? S is and there. Okay, let's start using some of this stuff. We're going to equip. Hey, congratulations. Here's your ether doubler and some speed rings. Tan, you just need speed rings. And we're gonna feed Faye all of the ether. Faye needs lots of ether for this run. Okay. Yep, that's correct. Always make sure you have some Zeta Sols and Omega Sols. We're just gonna buy the full stack. We need more ether. More ether. The max stat is 200 in this game, so we need to feed Faye 2 full stacks of ether drive. Back to... drives. We're gonna buy a stack for the road. We will use them later. And let's get into this gear shop. Oh boy, 62. Make sure I'm hitting the right thing. Okay. We want R. Yes, good. Get out of that menu. Sorry, I said 62 because there were 62 up inputs I had to do to get to that correct shop, and I had to count them. Excuse me. We're going to... frames here. Okay, we're almost done. Let's equip. You need a bunch of generous 50. Tall, you're gonna get R plus these two things. And we're gonna save. Okay. And reset. The beeping is done. Anyway, we did all that. We're restarting the game. Yes, the save stopped the beeping. And we have reset the game. Okay. Let's continue. We're going to load our save file that we just made. The beeping will be back in like 7.5 hours. And you'll notice we've loaded right back into the cutscene we left. Because the game's pretty good about, like, you know, recognizing when we've saved. Anyway, it's time to play. I don't know what the beeping was. We're just going to go back to playing the normal game. Anyway, Faye is an artist. He's got amnesia. He's living in this village. His best friend Timothy is about to get married to his other best friend Alice. And Dan is not happy about this because Dan thinks that we should marry Alice instead of Timothy. If you go talk to him outside, that's what he tells you, but we're not going to talk to him. We don't need to do that. We're just gonna run across the village, talk to you, because I need to go into this house. Thank you. We need to go talk to Alice. And Alice gonna give us our first little errand. We've got to go borrow a camera and lights from Dr. Uzuki, who lives up on the mountain. Surely nothing bad will happen while we're out of town. also enjoy that music, but, well, I say that as the music's ending, but we're never going to go to the town that that music plays in. I think that's the most of that music we get. You know, we're going to leave the village. And make our way. Can't jump through that trigger. Annoying. Make our way up towards Anne's house. Gosh dang it. I wanted to jump up the ledge, but then the game decided I was getting an encounter. Come on, let me out. Thank you. Running away from encounters in this game is a thing. It's always worth it because it's a 50-50 chance every time. See, there we go. Okay. We made it to Satan's. Nice and easy. Let's head in here. We gotta talk to Yui. Because we have to find out that Satan is tinkering with his junk out in the backyard. I suppose our little dip into the menu did spoil that Satan will be a party member at some point. Because he was in our party for that menu. And we found a little music box. Hooray! Apparently Faye just wandered up to it and activated it. Guess it's not a little music box. It's bigger than Faye is. Thanks for the good luck. Although we're already through probably the hardest part of the run, which is the blind menuing. And unfortunately, it seems that I activated the music box and then the music box broke. Well, that's quite a violent explosion for a music box. But basically, the result of our fetch quest to get camera equipment and lights and stuff is that Satan is going to bring it down. Hey, we're not allowed to touch it. He'll bring it down tomorrow morning. We just had dinner, and that's all we got out of that. Satan, I don't think we can get encounters in the dark. I actually don't think we can get encounters here at nighttime. Stop telling me about the way to his house. This doesn't look good. A little bit slow there. If you're really, really fast, you can actually just barely get to the village at the same time as Satan. It is not easy to do. I mean, yes, they should get the primary thing you should do when you're evacuating. I mean, yes, it's great to save lives, but if you're not a trained person, which they're not, Timothy and Alice are not experienced, they should just get focused on leaving. Faye is fine, I guess. And Satan is fine, and I mean, Satan knows why Faye is fine to be here, but also, the other villagers here are not very perturbed by the giant battle that's happening. They're just going about their days. I definitely saw a couple of people just hanging out outside in the square, not reacting to what's going on. It's fine. They very much ran out of time while making this game, and I'm not going to hold all the little things against it. I'm just going to point them out because it's funny. Oh, they're not freezing. No, they're walking around just casually. You know, they'll take a few steps, and then like they'll turn around and take a few steps in a different direction, just like kind of idly walking. Yeah, listen. I wanted to buy some snacks from the vendor in the middle of town. Doesn't matter that the town is getting actively destroyed right now. I'm going to get my snacks because there's nothing I can do about the town getting destroyed. Anyway, we have our first battle that I can't run away from. Yes, exactly. If the snack vendor ran away, we're gonna leave a very angry review for all the people who are... Well, no, the snack vendor's out there conducting business, I believe. What is the snack vendor going to do? They gotta make money. Anyway, welcome to the first battle where we are almost dead already. But that was my weakest attack. And that was our first battle. Like, okay. We did the tutorial battle. Hooray. I have demonstrated that I understand how to press the triangle button. It was indeed a year. It is kind of fun that the damage rolls always end up being like right around 2000. They always really close to 2000. Or just a little over 2000. And that is related to what we did in the intro, in the menu. Our stats are way better than they're supposed to be at this point in the game. And the reason we're almost dead is because we started with the max HP that they thought we were going to have. But we upgraded our maximum health. So... to like 11,000 hit points, and so they're like, you only have 1,400 out of your 11,000 hit points. You must be low on hit points. But 1,400 is the maximum we're supposed to have at this point in the game. Anyway. Yes. Anyway, Timothy decided to disobey the evacuation order. Like, Dan went back to grab something, which is dumb. Don't go back to grab a thing when you need to evacuate quickly. Timothy, went back because he thought maybe someone else was still in the village. But Dan is fine. And now we're about to learn why you should maybe not. Why you should, if you evacuate, you should not go back into a burning village. Look, Timothy was told that he should leave, and he should not come back. He decided to come back straight into harm's way. We know that Faye's not in control of what happens here. And now Alice is so dead she turned into line art. And then dissolved. Good job, Timothy. Also, I'm not sure how Satan and Dan got out of the village fast enough to not be in that blast radius. How did they get far away enough fast enough? Because they were just there. Anyway, yeah, most of the village is gone. Great. I hope you weren't too attached to our starting town, because it doesn't exist anymore. And if you're playing casually, you better hope you got everything out of that starting village before you left to go up to Satan's house, because as soon as you leave to go up to as soon as you get to Satan's house and do the stuff there, you can never go back to the village. And there's missable stuff in the village that gives you, like, okay rewards much later in the game. Well, some of it's actually really good, but a lot of it's just kind of okay. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we should probably leave Satan. You're right. And now we're going to discover the world map. I mean, you could get to the world map by leaving Leyhan and by going any other direction other than the way that we went. But there's no need to do that. You can't go basically anywhere else. There's a little bit of world map, and you can't get anywhere else on the world map, other than the village and Satan's place. But here we are on the world map. We're going to Blackmoo! Everyone's favorite place, it's Blackmoo. There's nothing else to the name of this place, it's just Blackmoo. This may be the last time we actually see Faye use basic attacks. We don't do a lot of basic attacking with Faye in this run because it's not very good. He will not get much better at it. But for that fight, we can use basic attacks. Anyway, the game wants you to run away from the boulder, but that's dumb. Don't run away from the boulder. Step to the side and let it roll past you. And then keep going. If you run away from the boulder, essentially you have to re-navigate through the platforming and get back up there. But, you know, we can just step to the side and ignore it, and we're fine. Introducing our next character, her name is Mysterious Woman, apparently. First name Mysterious, last name Woman. And of course she's lost. We're both lost in the fort in Blackmoo. I should say that getting Blackmoo is frame perfect, but I love it every time it happens. It doesn't save that much time. It really doesn't. It's like, it saves so little time, basically no time, but it is a frame perfect trick. I mean, it's just entering the area on the first frame you can. Before the text has time to scroll out. Anyway, time to fight some forest trolls. They're too strong for our basic attacks, so we're going to use our basic ether ability that does that much damage. And that's why we're never going to use basic punches again. Why would I do a basic punch when I have a spell that does 2,000 damage? My spell is 100 times what my punches do. And now it's camping time. Because you're supposed to, you know, be taking your time through this first, like, dungeon of the game, essentially. So they have to have multiple camping scenes in the first dungeon. Like, it's really cool the first time, and then it's like, oh, this was a short dungeon. As you play it, replaying the game, it's like, this is one of the shorter dungeons in the game, and they have to camp twice. Yay, camping. Also, don't get too used to these animated scenes. We're gonna, keep having them for the next, like, hour or so, and then they'll disappear. And we won't see another one until Disc 2.
Wait! Hey! Don't leave me here! Wait!
You must be lonely here by yourself. Faye. Faye. Faye.
Also, I don't know if we even ever hear the in jingle again. Not the way I wanted to go. Just the way I wanted to go. It's always impossible to find. I am not a fan of this area in general. That is the way I wanted to go, just back here. Yes. I don't like this particular screen. Anyway, this is a scripted fight. Ellie's spells are a little bit worse than Faye's, but she can still do enough damage to one-shot those enemies, so it's okay. Oh boy. This is the scene where both of them just refuse to take any responsibility for anything that has happened.
You talk as if it's not your responsibility.
No. I didn't do anything.
They died because you had to pilot the gear and start fighting.
It wasn't me, can't you understand?
Not just anyone can pilot those machines, you know.
I didn't do it.
Why won't you take responsibility?
I'm not so strong.
Why are you trying to put the blame on others?
I'm not even all that talented.
You're a coward!
That's right. I'm a coward.
Well, thanks for recapping what Ellie just said with... I mean, I do actually appreciate the insight into, like, what Ellie's thinking there. Anyway, time to fight a dinosaur. That's this game. We're gonna have a really introspective conversation where we, like, get into what's going on in these characters' minds, and then dinosaur shows up. Out of nowhere, and it's time to fight a dinosaur. It's literally... Oh my goodness. I love the Pog emote because it's literally just this dinosaur. I mean, it's not actually, but... Anyway, we can't actually beat it in this phase, unfortunately. It's invincible. So we're just gonna not do anything for a little bit. Ow. But on its fourth turn, we activate the second phase of the fight, which is the one that we can win. Good thing Satan was here to airdrop gear. No, this is not cutscene percent. This is just any percent US, so we will be skipping over large chunks of the game. Anyway, we're gonna hit it with our weakest attack and it's dead. Hooray. Yeah. And now it's time to make camp again. We killed the dinosaur. Time to camp. And Satan kicks Ellie out of our party. Well, it was fun having Ellie in our party for the, like, one fight that we had her. Oh, we do get the end theme again. Right, we have to have it after our second nap as well. I mean, yes, he did. Yeah. She is basically a guest party member for a lot of the game, except then she's, like, super important for some parts of the game. It is weird. Oh, right, this way. Why did I forget that? And here we see the salamander flying in the sky. This ship will never not look like a salamander to me. I think it would have been better if Ellie didn't leave the party halfway through disc 2 and then never rejoin the party. Like, they just take a character away super late in the game and don't give her back for any of the endgame stuff. That's a little rude. Anyway, we're heading to Dazzle. Welcome to Dazzle, the city of lag. Anyway, we came here to repair our gear, but they can't do it here, so, I guess we have no other business here. the amount of effort they put into, like, the NPCs in this town and the music in this town and everything. And we're not skipping much of this town in this speedrun. Like, as far as, like, the actual story reasons to go here, we're not going to be skipping, like, the plot here. There's no other reason ever to come back to this town after you leave it. There's way too much effort put in here, and not nearly enough later on. Gotta jump over. I'm gonna talk to you. Yeah. It did have a lot going for it, but it did not have budget going for it. And really, I think a lot of it is just, like, misallocation of resources. Like, they put a lot of effort into this town, and, like, yeah, if every town was as well developed and, like, you know, built out as Dazzle was, like, this could have been that would have been really awesome. But with the budget that they had, I don't think the priority should have been fleshing out Dazzle this much. Anyway, Satan's gonna borrow a buggy for free because the owner is nice and it's like, oh yeah, you can use it for free. You don't need to rent it for anything, and we're not giving it back. Like, the music in Dazzle is awesome. We'll never hear that music again. And if you're playing casually, you maybe spend, like, you know, another 10 minutes in that town. Just talking to people, and then, like, 10-15 minutes, and then you're done with the town, and then you never go back. Ah, yes. Boing boing. Yeah. Satan took the sand buggy. I didn't have the sand buggy. I went wandering into the desert to go look for Satan because the buggy person said I should chase after him. Because Satan shouldn't go into the desert alone. And all I saw were bouncing gears and unidentified flying object. Dang it. Really? Both those encounters were very late on their screens, which is annoying. It means I almost didn't get an encounter. And now Faye commits an actual crime. And now he rides over the same dunes for hours because we don't have budget to program new dunes. We'll just have him go through the same little sequence in the dark. I mean that Ave soldier who had his bike stolen from him in the middle of the desert is probably not going to make it, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think they're overreacting that much. I mean, you did steal military property, essentially. And leave strand someone in the desert. Also, I have no idea how tough these enemy gears are, that they survived anything from Weltall at this point. They must be pretty tough, or Satan is really bad at using Weltall. One of those two. But they both fell over. No, this is the best Weltall is going to be. Every time it gets upgraded by the game, it gets worse.
Who are you? Who? Right. I know you. You killed her. Her? No. It wasn't. Not me. You coward. It was you.
Yep, Satan is just like, here we go again. Yeah. I feel like they should have spread out the anime scenes a bit more, because they really are all... There's no anime scenes after we get out of this opening act of the game until we get, well, like, into Disc 2. I think we've got, like, a couple more, but we're going to be done with anime scenes before the hour-and-a-half mark of this run. Until after the 10-hour mark. They did really go like, let's make the beginning of the game really built out. And put a lot of effort into the beginning of the game, and then they're like, we do need to finish the story. So let's get that out as quick as we can. It is a very gradual, like, decline in quality, I will say. And they do a decent job of, like, making it, like, gradual until it gets to disc 2, and then it's like, oh no. But are we a JRPG if the bad guy wants us to kill God? That's what the bad guy wants us to do. Well, first character who's right now we think is like presented as big bad. Anyway, we're fighting a worm. But spelled with a Y. And the worm is dead. You're playing a weird version of Dune, I love it. Gruff summoned the worm, and then we killed it, I guess? Or okay. Somehow. Lightly tapping a worm. Has disabled our gear, and now we are going to be captured by the same gears that we lightly tapped earlier and they fell apart. Oh, I see. I danced without rhythm in the giant robot, and the worm showed up, but my giant robot destroyed the worm, and then we got caught. And you know, we need all of these establishing shots of this transport ship that has captured us. Anyway, time for the final anime cutscene of the first disc. I believe this is the last one we get.
Let us join together.
And by that I mean we get a bunch here and then it's done.
It must be fate. How ironic. But I'll never let you have him. Even if it kills me.
Yes, it is time for the annual Xenogears run. Well, the annual any percent US run. I also do cutscene percent now and then, but not for... That's for really, really lots of lore. I don't want to see this game filled in by AI-generated cutscenes. No. No, thank you. Let's go to bed. I mean, there is one for the Japanese version, I believe, and it is. I'm pretty sure the run would be like half the length, maybe, if not shorter. Most of this run is cutscenes. Yes. Yes, it would be a reasonable speedrun length. Because, like, without all the cutscenes, this game is, like, gameplay-wise, this game has a reasonable amount of gameplay for you to learn, you know, for a speedrun. It's just lots of sitting between each of those segments. I mean, Disc 2 alone goes from, like, 4 hours to, like, 30 minutes tops. There can't be more than 30 minutes of content on Disc 2. Yeah, probably closer to 20. Disc 1 probably has a good few hours of content, though. That you'd still have to get through even without the cutscenes. But we can't skip the first cutscene. Hey, it's not 3 dungeons and some side content. It's 3 dungeons, like 7 extra bosses, and then some side content. There are boss fights in Disc 2 that are not attached to dungeons, and we can't cut those out. Yes, the no context boss rush, just there's a boss, here's another boss, here's another boss. Oh. Unfortunately, this is all of the context boss visual novel with bosses when we get to Disc 2. Okay, the Disc 2 bosses still have a modicum of strategy to them. That the Disc 1 bosses do not have, for the most part, in this run. If you want actual, like, having to strategize for bosses, that's what No Major Glitches is for. I mean, realistically, it would be like, you'd have party swaps between most of the bosses in that boss rush. Like, you'd have to have access to a menu at least. Can I skip this room? No. Oh no, I think I jumped to the wrong place. I'm way too early. Gosh dang it, I got this stupid encounter. No, you don't want to. I hate this encounter. This is bad. This is a big time loss just because it's an encounter I have to deal with. Tan, are you kidding me? Hit your attacks. You get rid of him. Oh good, the fire from the engine room took out the other guy. Titan, stop missing. I think we can probably just hack you and kill you. Yeah. Well, that was an unfortunate encounter that I could not run from. I think I messed the encounter skip up. It's okay. The encounter skip is annoying. Oh right, I hate the camera in this part. I hate this part in general. This crane is awful. No. There we go. We made it. We're done walking across the crane. Also, apparently Satan just likes to moonwalk on the surface of the desert. Neat. Oh good, it's time to fight our next boss fight. Gotta give him a flashy introduction. Should be just around, I mean, we should be finishing just a little past 14 hours, if it's a decent run. If I make more mistakes like hitting that encounter, it might be a little longer, but we shouldn't go overestimate. I'd have to have pretty bad RNG to go overestimate. Or make some really bad mistakes. Anyway, we're gonna lightly tap him like we do with everything. And apparently us just tapping his gear on the shoulder has caused the sand underneath us to turn into quicksand. Like, the other things I can believe were just too powerful that, like, you know, we're too strong, they're too weak, whatever. But like this is somehow our boop was so strong that it turned the entire area around us into quicksand and we sank into a cave under the desert. This will never happen again in any other fight that we do in the desert. At least they've introduced us to Bart, who is useless to the speedrun. Well, we have to use him, so he is useful when we have to. But he's not very good. Oh, well, I mean, the Stalactite Cave is not the best dungeon, but it's a dungeon that exists. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool for a first gear dungeon. Sorry, Doctor. No one is almost dead, missing arms and legs, or in need of an abdominal operation. I know you're very disappointed. Listen, she just wants to do work, and she has no work to do. Okay, let's get through this dungeon. Helps if I look where I'm going. There's the boulder. Push. Come on, Bart, help. Faye's ridiculously powerful gear is not quite strong enough, but if we add Bart's very weak gear, that's strong enough to move the boulder. The extra 1%. Yep, that's about what Bart's damage would be. About 1% of phase. Maybe a little more than 1% of phase. Let's be fair. I think it'd be more. I think it's more like. I think Bart's damage is closer to 3% of phase. Especially when we get him his upgrades. Here. He'll go up to like 3% of phase damage, which is not good. but it's better than before. The designers of this dungeon is one of the age-old, uh, tried and true methods of dungeon design, which is that everyone knows that adding in really long hallways to your dungeon with absolutely nothing in them is excellent design, and everyone loves running down really long hallways that have no like points of divergence, no secrets in them. It's just a really long hallway. If you're designing a dungeon, make sure that you add in a couple of really long hallways. With absolutely nothing in them. And no music. We don't need music. Just a few ambient sounds are good. It's immersive gameplay. Exactly. I feel like I'm in the cave with them. I love that. We don't have Signal to get our fantasy Spotify or Radio Ave. Yeah, we don't. But we still get battle music. That's important. Ah. Yes, the enemies have a signal booster. That makes a lot of sense. May Anyway, but Owlman Balthazar is a creationist, and he's teaching us that that evolution is a religious conspiracy theory. And in the Xenogears world, that's true, sort of. Evolution is real, but also not in the way that the ethos is teaching it, which is that we just evolved 10,000 years ago, and that's normal. No, Balthazar, please continue your rambling. Also, he tells us to call us Old Man Bal instead of Balthazar, but it's the same number of characters, so it isn't any faster, and it's the same number of syllables, so even if for our character speaking it, it's not any faster. Like, I don't feel like Old Man Bal is a good nickname. It's maybe a good epithet, but not a good nickname for Balthazar. I mean, he is a creationist, so... Okay, time for long hallway number 2. I'm so glad we brought the cassette of battle music. So that we can quickly pop it in anytime we see enemies. I don't think he... No. No, I don't think he's not that kind of... That's not the mental illness he has. I don't think he's hallucinating the music. Yay, we walked through a hallway so we could push a button. Now we can... This is what we have to call contrast, yes. We needed the really great OST for the town we spent 5 minutes in and have never set foot in, will never set foot in again. This actual dungeon that we need to navigate, no music. Casually, that enemy is kind of cool because it heals you. If you leave it alone, it'll heal you and like refuel and all that, but that takes time. I don't have time. We need this weapon for Bart so that he does damage. Because he needs to do damage later, and that speeds things up a bit. Goodness, yes. Okay. Nope, we need to equip Iron G Whip and 3 of our GNRS 50s. We're going on you. Wait, we need that. I waited to talk to Bal to do that, just so we could skip the text box there. It does not skip the cutscene, but we can skip one text box scrolling by doing a menu instead. Well, on we go. We're not. We're still talking. Hey, he didn't say Slayer of God. He said the host for the spirit of the Slayer of God. And he kicked us out. Time for the best part of this dungeon. I absolutely adore this gondola. 10 out of 10, no notes. The gondola is the best part of the dungeon. I love it so much. Yes, the game has to give me an encounter because... and not let me jump because of that. Ah, okay. We've made it. No, that enemy was... Moth... something. Was that Mothman? I forget what that enemy is actually called. It might be Mothman. I'm gonna do some research real quick. I was like, I think that's Mothman. Anyway, we have to use a medium attack here to one-shot that. Bye, Calamity. Not Mothman. I don't think. Oh, wait. Hold on. I was looking at the wrong list. Oh no, it's Mayfly, not Mothman. Sorry. This is why we look up the enemy list. That was not Mothman. It just looks like a moth. Its actual name is Mayfly. Anyway, I didn't talk about the boss at all, but the boss is called Calamity. Oh no. Oh no, the head is a bug. It's a robot with a bug head. Yeah, we did it. We can leave the stalactite cave. Hooray! We've escaped. We can have music again. Soon. Oh, cool, that's Bledavik. I'm so excited to go there later. Because we will definitely be going to Bledavik. Bye, Bart. Anyway, we're gonna sail over to Bart's secret hideout at the west end of the continent. Hidden behind a cliff or a mountain range. Yay, the kids got Amber, hooray! And now we're going to take this elevator away and strand everyone else on the Yggdrasil because you cannot get to that other walkway without the elevator. It does feel like pretty poor design that the elevator is also a bridge on that level. Mason, I don't really feel like following you. That just speeds up Mason getting to this room. And apparently Satan has some level of telepathy because that cup was not in his hand at all. Hey, how are you not thirsty? You can drink a little bit of tea. You've had nothing to drink all game. You spent multiple days in the desert. You should drink some tea. Listen, he can drink the tea. Maybe he doesn't know how to pick it up, and he doesn't have telekinesis like Satan does. That might be it. This is the wrong door. There we go. Art, Faye has not seen a screen before. Like, Faye has probably never worked with a computer in his life, and has only just figured out how gears work. You can cut him a tiny bit of slack that he didn't know that we were looking at a big screen on the floor. There's a computer and screens in the gear, yeah, but other than that, he has not seen a screen before. He probably doesn't know about the screen in the floor. Also, why is your screen in the floor? It doesn't feel very practical for what they're using it for. Like, I'm sure there are good reasons to have a, like, flat screen that's like on the floor that's level that you can like put stuff on, but for this presentation this could have been a PowerPoint, a regular old PowerPoint. Yes, we gotta extra scratch up the screen on the floor. He doesn't remember his past lives yet, and also we don't know about his past lives yet. We had to go in and out of that room just to respawn the elevator. They want you to go check out Bart's room and then have a little cutscene there, but we're not going to do that. That'd be silly. Did I forget something? Oh. I did forget something. I always forget this. I have to jump up this slide. I hate this. I always forget this plot trigger when I haven't done this in a bit. And I have not done this run in a little bit. Gosh dang it. That was like a minute that we wasted. With how long this elevator takes. I forgot that we have to get ambushed by Bart. We skipped the part where he sets a trap for us, and says he's going to ambush us. But we do have to actually get ambushed by him. Now the gear guy will have something to say to us after Bart does his whole spiel. Yeah, no matter what, you don't have to say sorry, you just have to say, forgive me, will ya? And that solves every problem. Now we can go talk to the mechanic. Oh yes, we have to do all this. We have to have Bart do a speech, and then Sigurd and Zatan will interpret that speech for us. Let's go sleep. Time to sleep. Again. How many times has Faye slept already? Anyway, we have this crew of 5 hooligans breaking in the base. Oh, this doesn't look good. I guess we should go down the elevator. We're going to take the elevator down and not let anyone else take the elevator down. It's gonna be fine. It's actually a very good thing we're taking the elevator down, because there are some kids who would not be able to get to the Yggdrasil for safety if we didn't move the elevator. Because we put this elevator here and created a bridge to the Yggdrasil, these children can get to safety. You know, I mean, I have a few questions. One, why is there not an alternate way to get from the dock to the Yggdrasil without going across the elevator? Number 2, why are the kids down in the gear hangar at night? Why are there multiple children hanging out with gear around the gears in the middle of the night? Like, no. I feel like there's a problem with that. I mean, sure. I'm not like that surprised. I'm just like, I'm disappointed in whoever is supposed to be taking care of them. That they got to the gear hanger somehow. I'm not like, you know, I was assuming that the children weren't doing actual labor because they're forced to, but maybe they are. Anyway, time for this battle. It's oh, good job. We're gonna make up that damage. There we go. This is the reason why we upgraded Bart's gear, like, at all, is for this battle. And now we will never use Bart again. Because you thought Weltall was overpowered. Wait till you see how much damage this random gear we found in this in the hideout that no one could use does. Like, Titan's gonna hop in and then apparently he's found the actual most overpowered gear. It's not as fast as Weltall is, but it packs a punch. I don't know how it survived that.
That's it?
Yes, Satan, that's it. Because you did 2,600 damage with your weakest attack. No, he did go down. You hit him with your weakest attack and he went down. Oh no, more children that were not where they were supposed to be. Anyway, Stays here. I actually have to use a heavy attack here to knock down the giant spinning top crab. That is Spirial, but that was also a boss fight. Like, that was supposed to be the boss fight at the end of the gauntlet. Okay. Let's go. I'm gonna drop the save here because we're doing a skip coming up that may crash the game. I would like to not crash the game, please. Or I would like to not lose all of my progress. Let's launch the Yggdrasil. I'm gonna swap discs real quick. And we're gonna head this way. Because we're not going to Bledavik. We're supposed to go to Bledavik and take down Shakan, but we don't have time for that. We don't have time for Shakan in this run. This is a Shakan-free run. We're gonna make our way over here. Get out here. Okay. We're safe to put in disc 1 again. I'm gonna put disc 1 back in. This encounter is okay because we put disc 1 back in. If I had not put disc 1 in, we would be crashed, and we got an encounter, we would crash the game. But because we unloaded, essentially, the plot wall. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to see how long it takes to replay all that lost progress. Anyway, we're going to head into Nortune. And the Kislev, talk to these guys. They're like, only authorized personnel are allowed to in. But it's the battling champ. We're the battling champ. Everyone, did you know? We're the battling champ. So we walk through the door. We get a cutscene that's a little broken here. Bart is standing there. The door is open. Nothing else happens because Rico doesn't exist yet. And we take the elevator up. You missed the glitch! We swapped to disc 2 on the overworld and unloaded the barrier that sends us back. And walked around it. Like, from the border. And then, yeah, we walked around it and then walked into Nortune. Anyway, we're gonna head up here and go into the Kaiser's room. And just walking into the Kaiser's room triggers this cutscene. And then this corrects everything of where the story is supposed to be. It's a lot faster to do that than it is to go through all of Bledavik, infiltrate, like, rescue Margie, and then go through all of the cutscenes in Nissan. Yeah. I would prefer it skipped actual Nortune, because I don't mind playing through the Bledavik section or the, Nissan's a lot of cutscenes, but it's fine. I don't love the gameplay in Nortune. Not the best. Oh boy. Come on. I guess we have to have this little scene. Yeah, I guess I don't know what really happened. We walked into a room and then blacked out, and like we went around a mountain range, walked into the city, walked into the throne, into the capital. They said we were the champions, so they let us in. And we went into the Kaiser's room to see the Kaiser, and then we completely blacked out. Unfortunately, we can't skip further than this point because the door into the Goliath factory is locked until you set the plot flag to like that you've rescued your gear. And entering Nortune, you'd have to reset that plot flag. In order to do that, you have to do stuff in the central like district, and you have to go talk to the Kaiser. But going into that room triggers the first cutscene. Yes. Welcome the fake champions and whack them over the head scam. I love it. That's what happened. We just walked into Nortune with a really powerful gear. And so they were like, "Wait a minute. We want that gear. You're the fake champ. You're the champions." They ambushed us and whacked us over the head, and we forgot everything, and then they put us in prison so that they could have our gear. This is the story of this run. And now we have to get out of prison. Anyway, time to do worse at this baptismal ceremony than I think the game expected anyone to do. Because why would I want the baptismal ceremony to take a long time? That's slow. If we lose the first fight, it's over. I mean, these are all very major glitches that I've used. They're not... It's not something you should expect to know, because it's... I mean... These are things that I did by putting in the wrong disc at the right time. Like, all the overpowered gear came from just putting in the disc 2 during the opening cutscene. At a specific point in the opening cutscene, and you would never... I don't know, who's testing out that? Yeah, it is. It's like, the game does not expect you to have that. And this was not known for a while. I forget when exactly this route came out, but... It came out a little bit before I started running, but not that much before I started running the game. I don't know the exact details, but there's a lot of science going on behind the scenes. Katamoni is probably the main person I'm aware of that really did a lot of the work to find the glitches, to find the, like, big glitches in this game. No, I don't want to be in this room. I did not do any of the glitch hunting in this game. I'm just the person who has the patience to sit down and do the run. Right, I have to go talk to you. Hi, Hammer. Thank you, Hammer. I guess so. I think they told me I was the battling champion so that I could be let into the... so that I could be lured into the trap and knocked out. And made into a regular prisoner. However, we are going to actually earn our way into becoming the champ. But it'll take some time to do that. And I hope you really love this music, because we're going to be listening to a lot of it. Because I think we get stuck in Nortune for like 2 hours. But Satan ends up with a better memory of what happened. And he did drink the tea, so I don't know. I don't think they're related. Welcome, we're... I'm always happy to run it. Run Xenogears. And we're... I mean, we're not that far in. We're only in Nortune. We're gonna be in this town for like 2 hours. It takes us 2 hours to get out of here. It's not fun. Like, that's what I don't like about Nortune, is you get stuck here for so long. Like, we went through so many different places in the first 2 hours of the game, and then the next, like, the first 2.5 hours or so, and then the next 2 hours of the game are, you're gonna be in this one town for 2 hours. I mean, I'm sure the really, really longathon channel will. There's this door. There's this door. This one is shorter than the Lots of Lol one. This category is a bit shorter than that. Or Lots of Lol, yeah. Because that one is cutscene percent, we don't get to do any of the big plot skips, so it's closer to 20 hours, and this one is... we're skipping all the plot that we can. Also, Satan's here. Satan, when did we promise Bart that we would protect Margie and the people of Nissan? I do not remember us ever saying that. Apparently a lot of things happened while we were unconscious. Maybe Satan's in on it. Faye, I don't remember you fighting Vanderkaum. Who's Vanderkaum? Yeah, we're not going to do the color solution. Uh, I don't love that language. And, like, also, per the game, it's dissociative identity disorder. Which is a different thing. And yeah, that's not a... That's... Like, schizophrenia is a different condition, and it's not... Generally not a good idea to refer to someone as a blank. That is short for, like, a mental health condition they're dealing with. Oh, good. It's this group. We're going to be hearing a bit from them throughout the run. This is what I call the worst Discord server. They are, they talk so much, they do nothing, they just talk about evil schemes. The entire game. They do one thing, and then they get deleted. And that's their entire purpose. I love. They spent too long pondering their orbs. Yes, they did. Well, what happened is they became the orbs. They spent so long pondering the orbs that they became small orbs floating around one big orb. We're gonna go to the battling arena so we can register for battling. We're gonna try and get out of here by winning the pardon. Let's go. Out of the battling arena. Or out of the D-block into the battling arena. Didn't think that was several days ago, but okay. Satan, we're ready. Like, please, let me just do the thing. Good morning, Prati. Let's skip some tutorials. Hold on, we gotta find out which gear they're giving us, and then we can skip the tutorials. Let's skip all the tutorials, because I know how to do the battling minigame. That's fine. This is a forced loss. Because people don't want us winning. So they give us... they blew us up. They basically blew up our gear. I mean, sleep would have been nice, but... I started my run at like 7 a.m. my time, so... Yes, those two are the ones that messed with our gear. They're not alive anymore. Well, sorry. Officially, they're just having mechanical troubles. Does it count as mechanical troubles if the mechanics of your body aren't working anymore? Like, does that count as mechanical troubles? I suppose it would. Technically, it's a mechanical problem if the gear pilot is dead. Like, the mechanics of your body are no longer functional. I guess, sure. Listen. Any problem that is a problem with the mechanics of something can be mechanical troubles. If you really want it to be, it can be mechanical troubles. You can be more specific. Yeah, due to sudden mechanical trouble. They had mechanical problems. They're definitely not dead in the sewers. We have not killed God, no. Rude. We're fighting in robots. We're doing the battling in Nortune now because we skipped a bunch of stuff. Okay. Done with our first battle. We do not want to do really well at any of these battles because doing really well at the battles gives us a longer text box than just doing okay at the battle. But also doing really bad at the battle gives us a long text box as well. We want to be medium. We just want to be perfectly medium good. There we go. That is day 2 of battling done. Day 2, because we had the force loss on day 1. It's your first real day. And now it's dark, so we gotta go to bed. Okay. Let's go back to the battling arena. Hooray! I guess they wanted to force you to go back home and rest just to try and break up like all of the battling minigame happening at the same time. They put way too much effort into the battling minigame, or like what it should be. Like, there are terrain effects in the battling minigame. Not only are there like different combos you can use and stuff, there are different terrain effects that they programmed into the arena. So like some terrains make you generate heat faster, some make you generate heat slower, some are, you know, obviously there's high and low ground. You can't shoot ether guns in the water. Hold on. Yeah, I needed to take some damage. W Shaver, what's going on? Yeah, water lets you cool down faster. If you're in like a deserty area, you cool down slower. I would like to be out of the water. I would like to not fight you in the water. Here we go. Yeah. It's way too much work for the battling minigame. Why did I leave? We don't need to leave. That was the first battle. Yes, let's do the other battle today. And then after we win this, we'll get to take a break from battling. Which is good, because I don't love the battling minigame. It's the one thing I never really bothered with, like, when I played casually. There's so much extra stuff in the battling minigame that I was just like, I don't want to do that. I'll do all the other stuff, but I don't want to just spend a whole bunch of time in the battling minigame. Musha. I had to do all of the damage I took in that first fight, I think, was like to myself from overheating. Oh my goodness. Yay. Now the day's over. But this time when we go to bed, we're gonna get a cutscene. I mean, I can't imagine that people are bringing dead bodies to the doctors to be like, make this person better. There's a different person you bring a dead body to than the doctor who's supposed to look after the prisoners, I would imagine. Maybe Satan is doing that job too, I don't know. Okay, we're gonna do this to get everyone's HP up. And we're gonna save. Because the sewers can be a little bit dicey. We're already down the ladder when we're having this conversation. We do have to, I believe you do have to examine this murder site. We don't have to examine any of the others, though. Oh hey, it's another dungeon with ambient music only. And we're underground. I guess it makes sense. This theory that we just don't get service for our background music makes so much sense. This ladder you have to jump off the top of for some reason for it to work. Okay. We're almost done. We needed those keys from the machine to open this door. I love the camera pan up just to show you that there's a chest up there. Like, that's why they looked up, is so that you could see that there's a chest up there. And now you're tempted to do the platforming to go get that chest. It's not worth it. That chest is absolutely not worth it. It's a decent item, casually. It's not worth it for any sort of run ever. Because it's a defensive item. Like, it's a decent defensive item. Because it gives you increased defense against elements, but... No. No, not the thing I wanted to do. There we go, run away. Oh, we're coming up on the first fight that we can't one-shot, by the way. There is a little bit of strategy to this fight. Even with our setup. And this fight is the reason I bought those mind guards in that opening menu, so that we can't get confused, because I don't want to be confused. Confusion is a terrible status effect, and we really only have to deal with it in this fight. But it's very fast to pick those up, so... Because his opening move is always going to be to try and confuse two of your party members. I'm gonna haste Faye. This is why we have speed stars. And do only one guided shot before Red Room gets another turn. Okay. Thanks, Red Room, for doing the one thing that I needed you to not do. He doesn't have haste anymore, which is a problem. I mean, we have enough speed stars, we'll be fine, but we have to re-haste him, and I want to wait now for him to take another turn. That's fine. We need to do 2 guided shots before Red Room gets a turn. That should be enough damage. There we go. That's why we bought Zeta Sols. I could have healed Faye up, but meh. I just wasn't expecting Faye to take too much damage there. Good. But we are done. We did it. We finished the sewer. The funny thing is Rico saying that we're not going to be allies ever again is actually kind of true. Because Rico will never, again, be in the party with Faye. Or at least Rico will never be useful in a party with Faye. Really, Rico will never be useful for, you know, any actual battle, but that's Rico. It's not very good. Okay, now we can go back to battling. It's the semifinals. We have to win 3. That's 3 opponents, not 3 battles per opponent. Oh wow, you can block. Rude. Excuse you. That did not go so well. But good enough that we weren't actually bad. I know! What happened to Weltall that one-shot everything? I would like for that to come back. Apparently in the battling minigame, we don't one-shot everything. Because your actual Gears stats don't matter for the battling minigame. Fire wheel. Excuse you. Okay. Fire wheel's done. Great. Now we just have Silver Star left. And then, of course, the final one. You know, that makes more sense. This is just a battle bot that we're using. It's not actually Weltall. It's a battle bot that looks like Weltall. but it's nowhere near as good as Weltall is. Goodbye. Okay. We are done with all of the semifinals. Hooray. We did it. No, I don't think I should save my battling record in the memory cube. Anyway, we're doing some work on Weltall for some reason. Even though Weltall is ridiculously overpowered. Yeah, it's not good enough. Yeah, I know, mysterious voice. Is mysterious voice related to mysterious woman? Well, no, they have the same first name, not the same last name. People really like naming their kids mysterious. Anyway, it's Wise Man. We have an ability called Guided Shot that does 1200 damage to him and ends the fight right away. Bye, wise man. I don't... I'm gonna be with Hammer here. Yes. This is the second time I've met him. Yeah. What tournament in Ave did we enter, Faye? Exactly, Hammer. What is this Ave tournament? There was no Ave what? I don't remember an Ave tournament happening. Not in this run. Okay, let's go take care of the final battle. Had our conversation with Wise Man. Now it's time to go take care of the battling for the last bit of battling we have to do in the game. Hooray! We just have to beat Styre and then we're done. Or Steer, I guess. Oh no. Yes, I would like to enter. Okay. Gonna be like that? Heck off. Wow. This is going badly. Aha. Yeah, that's fine. Styre is annoying. There we go. 2. We need a third one. Can you stop? Can you stop doing that to me right when I'm getting up? That's stupid. There we go. I don't like that Styre can sometimes stun lock you. No, we win. You're done, Rico. Oof. Okay. Now we're the champion again. Hooray! It took us like an hour of, not being the champion since the last time we were told we were the champion, but we've now become the champion for real this time. We did a whole hour of work just to get back to where we were when we first got here to Nortune. Bye, Hammer. I love that, like, we get that information and then we don't actually need that information. Yes, we gotta get stopped. Now we can go out here and go to the Central District. Time for a little bit of weirdness. We're gonna enter. We gotta go through this hallway. We didn't have to go through this hallway before. We're gonna go straight forward. That room's unloaded. We have entered the elevator shaft. Look at us. We're flying up the elevator shaft. Where's the elevator? Oh, there it is. You missed, elevator. Oh dear. Well, we beat the elevator up the shaft, so that was a thing. We're gonna try going in this room a second time. Now we can have an actual cutscene we came in here to have. Oh, Rico's here for some reason. Neat. Bye, Rico. There's normally a bit more of a cutscene when we come into the Central District for the first time, but we had that happen earlier, so it didn't play the cutscene of Rico sneaking in. Oh, flashing warning, by the way. Flashing is done. Okay, let's keep going. Let's get out of here. We have a plan. I hate the entrance to D block because it is not intuitive every time. Oh, okay. We are almost out of Nortune. We just have to go through this sequence, and then we'll have a little dungeon to do, and then we can actually leave. Well, looks like we have to save Rico. Yeah, Hammer is 0 for 2 on OPSEC. Oh. I'm ready to do a dungeon again. Here we go. We're sneaking out of prison on a train. Hooray. But we can steal our gear back. Don't have to jump off that one. We do have to jump off the next one. Yes, you can just jump over that whole puzzle. And those guys are why I still have mind guards equipped, because they can confuse you. I don't want to be confused. Anyway, Satan's gonna talk to us about a frame HP 30, which is great casually, but... we don't need it. Not in the speedrun. We are out of there. We got Weltall. We are done. Yep, our favorite dinosaur came back, and it did not last longer this time. Well, this doesn't look good. Well, I guess we're gonna try and save the city now from being destroyed. Oh, hey, it's the Gibbler 5 again. I don't know what they're talking about, third time's the charm. This is the second time we're seeing them. They're gone. We stopped having anime FMVs, about 3 hours ago. We're not gonna see them again until Disc 2, which is past the 10-hour mark. Anyway, we won. Hooray. We were in the battling arena to try and escape from prison, because if we won the battling arena, we got a pardon. We got our pardon, but they didn't give us back our gear, and so we broke in through the gear hangar to steal our gear, and came out the arena. But also, now the Stellaris Empire is launching a bunch of ships at Nortune to try and blow up the whole city, and so we're trying to save the city from being destroyed. Satan and Hammer are helping by having 2 sets of identical twins run in circles over and over. And we're gonna keep just one-shotting things that we're not supposed to one-shot. Okay, Rico pulling up here is supposed to be good. You know, it's supposed to be like, oh, thank goodness we have a second party member to handle this gauntlet with. It's not he's not helpful. He just means I have to pay attention to whose turn it is and maybe parry through his turn. If he gets one. Well, Faye still does all the work. And now the experience is split between Faye and Rico, which is no good. Because Rico's not doing anything, and I don't care about him getting experience. Not that we're worried about levels. Oh yeah, Ellie is involved in this whole attack, and Faye's gonna get her to leave the army now. Yes. Yep, he did. Safety is not at the top of Satan's priorities. Nah, we're good on saving. I know. No, he's not a real doctor. He decided to be a doctor as a cover. Yes, it will. Weltall can do everything. Let me show you. Goodbye. That was a boss fight. Ah, yes. We are going to defy physics soon. How is Ellie falling in free fall faster than the ship is, which is accelerating downwards with like an actual engine behind it? Okay, Ellie's fine. And she's in our party now. Which I guess is fine. She is a good party member. Well, she's there. Or well, she's in the party. She's a great party member. I love these guards' dialogue. They're awesome. But yeah, we have to escape the capital. Because now we're wanted for stealing a gear. Which is our gear. And we can leave Nortune. Hooray, we've escaped. Finally. We've left the city. Anyway, we're heading to Goliath. That's the name of this next area. And because we have actually finished the whole cave sequence, we can now open this door. If you tried to go here earlier, it'd be locked. Hammer would say that it's locked, but he unlocked it for us. And we can use the most basic attacks to wipe these out. Yay! This is when they figured out that forced encounters were like a good idea. Done with that. And we have a third forced encounter here. Hooray! And done. And also one interesting thing, the reason that Ellie's been learning ether abilities, even though she's not leveling up, is that characters will level up in the background, but in order to learn an ether ability, you have to actually have that character finish a battle. And they can only learn one ether ability at a time, even if they're going to learn more than one at that level. Like right now, Satan just started learning all of his elemental weakness ether, or I call them weakness abilities, because that's what they do, is they give an enemy an elemental weakness. They're supposed to be used defensively, give you resistance to an element, but you can use them offensively to give an enemy weakness to an element. And they're all learned at the same level, but each of them, but you need to get, like, actually win 4 battles once you hit that level to, like, including the one that gets you to the level that he learns it, in order for him to actually learn all 4 of them. And he has to be in the party. If someone's not in the active party, they can't learn ether abilities. There's been so many encounters in the Wild Factory, my goodness. So many encounters. we're done with the forced encounters now. Well, the boss fight, it's just puzzles at this point. Conveyor belt puzzles, hooray! Okay, we're almost done with all the conveyor belts. Listen, it's a factory. We have to have conveyor belts. And yeah, that was another boss. That was easy. And we gotta talk to everyone. We're gonna get our airship. Oh my goodness. We're only 5 hours into the game. We're gonna get our airship. Yeah, exactly. We've got plenty of defenses. We stole this military base. This giant military airship has to be able to, like, actually keep itself up in the air. Nothing's gonna happen. I mean, Grof's here, but, like, we'll fight him off and then we'll be fine. He's like, I can't allow you to leave. Wiltal, being the strongest gear in the game, has other things to say about that. Just one single punch for 8,000 damage, and Roth is like, never mind. You can leave. That's what he gets for, you know, not being in his gear. Listen, Bart just has to mess everything up for us. I don't think the salamander's supposed to be landing here, but... oh well. And we can play the game again. Hooray. Okay. Go. Oh my goodness, we're gonna get to play the game again. It's okay, we're starting our next major section, which is Akivi. I love Akivi. Akivi is so much nicer than Nortune. We actually get to, like, travel around. Okay, we are almost off of the 10 for a little bit. The beginning of Octi is a little bit, not much going on other than, you know, running around the town and talking to people, although the Men of the Sea thing is fun. Let's do a boss fight. That it does. Being a Man of the Sea does save you from the actual apocalypse. I love the premise of this fight because it's like, oh, we have to get the depth charges ready. We hit the high shell once, and oh, the depth charges already. Like, no, we just did all the spots health as damage that fast. And we are going to go ahead and dock the Yggdrasil at the Thames for repairs. And now we have two ships merged together into one big ship. Essentially, hooray! Like, I get that we go from being trapped in Northwind to being trapped on the Thames, but like, being trapped on the Thames doesn't feel as bad because you're not trapped here for nearly as long. And also, it's like, just running back and forth between the cutscenes and then a few boss fights. It's not like, oh, we have to do this in a battling minigame and then run back and forth between the same places a lot of times. It's just a couple back and forths. And then a fight. It's just the cutscenes take a while. Okay. Heading in. We've lost Ellie, but we've now reunited with Bart and Satan. Here we go, I guess. Oh, hey everyone, say hello to Margie. It's a character we've never met before. We've never met Margie before. This is the first time we're meeting Margie. She somehow rescued herself and is now just on the Yggdrasil with us, I guess. Which is cool. She'll show up a couple more times. She's not the most important character, but she's around. We kind of cut her mostly out of the plot with our glitches in this category, but she still shows up every now and then, like here, just to remind us that she exists. Chakan, unfortunately, did not make it into the story of this run at all. We have completely cut Chakan from the game. Interesting that Miang's hypnotism makes the same noise as the save points. But Ellie is free. Hooray. We gotta go back up to Beer Hall to get... to go pick up Bart. Oh hey, it's Ellie. She's back. Hooray. Also, I don't think Bart and Ellie have met in this run. Like, I know they met in the actual game, but I don't think they've met in this run yet, because we skipped that part. And now we go all the way from the top of the Thames to the bottom of the Yggdrasil. Yay! Fortunately, the way that it's structured, it's not that hard. Dear, why would Ellie do that? This isn't good. This is also like the only time we ever have to come down to this room. Well, that's that. And they're nice enough to start you back up at the top of the stairs. Otherwise, I can imagine that would be frustrating. Okay, let's talk to Ellie. Oh. Please stop doing that. Okay, we need to re-equip your speed ring. Yeah, we're going to take advantage of the menu that they make us do there just to re-equip the speed ring S on Faye. He doesn't need the minecart anymore. We're past all those enemies that can charm him or confuse him, so let's make him faster so we can run away faster, is the thought. But it doesn't affect these fights. Boom. Bye, Blade Dash. Art learned something because he hasn't been in the party for a while, so it's like, okay, yeah, you should probably learn one of your ether abilities. I guess you can learn the next ether ability. You have enough levels to do that. Ramseth, literally, who are you? This is the first time our party is meeting you. Well, we just one-shotted Ramses. No, you're done. but for plot reasons, he's like, oh no, oh you hit me for 7,700 damage, I better do my overpowered move that can destroy Wellfall. And Ellie has officially unlocked the most overpowered ability in the game casually. Like, the no major glitches run uses air rods to one-shot bosses. Well, I'd say that's unfortunate for us because nothing can defeat the power of Miang and Ramses' friendship. Apparently. But Faye is fine, he'll survive. Not fine, he'll be out of the party for a bit. Which is kinda neat. You know? Let's have a segment of the game without Faye, and it's like one of the best segments of the game. At least I would argue. I would say that this segment coming up is probably one of the better segments of the game. Where we don't have access to Faye. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, now we're gonna introduce the actual best boy. Billy is how we're going to get through a lot of Disc 2. Hey, let's get going. It is time to finally set sail in the Yggdrasil on the high seas. They said we're not going back to Ave. You could go back to Ave at this point. You can sail back there, but there is a reason to in NMG, because you can go back to Nissan and get ether doublers, but we already have our ether doublers, so we don't need to do that. We're just gonna keep doing all the cutscenes. A lot of story right now that we gotta get through, but once we get through this chunk of story, immediately following Thea's incapacitation, the dungeons in this part get real good. Yes, we just finished up on the Thames. We're sailing to the Ethos headquarters right now with Faye just went unconscious. We gotta go to the Ethos headquarters to, check him in there and have him treated. But on the way, we're gonna get attacked by things. Great. And we're not fast enough to outspeed them, so they're gonna do rapid fire. This is why we upgraded Satan's armor, by the way, to deal with these encounters. So that we're not scared of them. It's pretty much purely for these fights here. Into the Ethos HQ. the sailing music is the same as the regular world map music. It's not any different. They just have different airship music. It is still hype. We haven't had a lot of world map music. Anyway. We're doing some Ethos headquarters stuff. Yep, let's go, Billy. We're not going to wait for Billy to open this door. Run right past him. He doesn't need to open this door. It's a staircase. We can beat him down the staircase. Somehow he's just here. And Faye's going to recover. Yay. Yeah, Faye just needs a nap. But it's okay, we got Billy, and we're about to get Billy, and Billy is way better than Faye. Billy is awesome. Ellie's also awesome. Okay, in order to advance the plot here, we just have to talk to someone 11 times, and this guy is the closest person with the shortest text box. We have to talk to people 11 times in the area. So we're just gonna talk to this guy over and over again. I hope you're paying attention to this text box, because there will be a quiz on it later. Like, he's just got one text box, and he's right here. Okay, I think we're good. And pay no attention to the fact that there's a door behind that furniture. There's clearly a door behind that piece of furniture. It's not important at all. We do it, Ellie. We go back to the medical room. Back to the infirmary. Yeah, there's just no way to tell. I don't know what the bishop's worried about. Well, Captain Duck, now you spoiled the answer for everyone else, because what I was going to do is... Well, I can still do this later. I was going to ask, the bishop's worried about 4 things. What are they worried about? What is the bishop worried about? Oh yeah, no, the church won't be evil at all. It's fine. Now that we're back on the Yggdrasil, though, we can do other things. Hooray, we're back on the Yggdrasil. Let's go to the orphanage, because we want to thank Billy. So we're gonna go sailing again. Oh, I love it. The bishop's worried about taxes, inflation, climate change, and the ethos making it into the World Cup. there's not that many teams in the World Cup. It would be like the Ethos, Ave, Kislev, maybe the Orphans, or the Men of the Sea could field a team. I don't know. I feel like I feel like the Orphanage having a team for the World Cup feels wrong. The Thames could have a team, yeah. Oh, right, Solaris has a team. Of course Solaris has a team. Team Bart, yes, absolutely. Bart would field the team. So we have Bart, we have Team Bart, the actual Kingdom of Ave. I don't think Solaris would let each different class get a team. No, I think it would be one team for Solaris. Probably mostly first and second class citizens. I don't think for a second they're letting the I did the thing where I accidentally type in my notes. It's really great. Let me delete this thing that I put in my notes accidentally. There we go. Found the place where I was in my notes. Yeah, the Solaris team is just Jugend. Exactly. It's just gonna be like first class citizens and maybe a couple second class, but they're not gonna let third class citizens participate or represent them. Oh, Shavat needs a team. I completely forgot about Shavat. They need a team too in the Xenogears World Cup. Right, they're banned. That makes sense. Higher team made of Emeraldas. I'm gonna put my money on the team made of Emeraldas. Though I feel like what they would do is one of them would just absorb the ball and then turn a part of themselves into, and then a different one would turn the part of themselves into the ball, like, and just cheat that way. I don't know. No, we're not doing Team Choo Choo. We did not name Choo Choo. We did not name Choo Choo. We skipped that part of the game. Because you name Choo Choo, like, after you escape from Bledavik, but we didn't go to Bledavik. We skipped straight from the pirate hideout to Nortune, so we didn't get to name Choo Choo. Yeah, it's unfortunately it's not worth we will not save enough time by going through that whole sequence to name Choo Choo to save any time by shortening her name. It is not. Shortening her name does not save 2 hours. Like more like 2.5 hours actually is what we lost to or what we saved by skipping over all that. Also, this is wild. Bishop Stone is just like, why don't you let them help you out with this thing? And then, like, knowing that, like, it's like, okay, Billy's basically just gonna join our party now. And be awesome. Billy's superpower is that he has a basic attack that's ether-based. And I have a whole bunch of ether drives sitting in my inventory and ether doublers sitting in my inventory. That's Billy's superpower. Is that he has a regular attack that will do 4-digit damage. Without needing to buy it, like, to upgrade his gear. Yes, Sigurd, it's time for us to go. Okay, time to find out about Billy's backstory. He's gonna give us a little tutorial on how his gun works, and then he's gonna give us his whole backstory. Thanks for the backstory, Billy. Billy, do not accept that for 3,000 gold. We are multi-billionaires. Like, money means nothing. I don't actually know how many digits of nines I have in money, but whatever the maximum amount of money that I can have in this game is what we have, because that's what the glitch that we did gave us. And off we go. We're gonna do a dungeon. Hooray! Okay. Yep. We're gonna give some ether drives to Billy. More of them are going to Ellie. She needs them a little more. Here we go. Now we're ready to go. Yep, we've powered up Ellie and Billy a bit. They're gonna be our actual, like, damage dealers. We don't need to turn on the lights, we can just go. Come on. Just trying to push the button. Are you kidding me? An encounter before I hit it the 5th time? You have to hit that, run into that door 5 times, and it's like, nope, we're not going to count the 5th one because you were getting an encounter. Of course. Okay. And here we go. That was our little dungeon. Now we have a boss fight. I mean, this is like the weakest of the dungeons, in my opinion. Billy first. Billy's gonna death blow. His square attacks do 300 damage, which is not normal. 1000 damage there. He speed Ellie up as well. Catan is useless for attacking, but he's great for speeding other people up. This guy is weak to ice. So we're gonna use our ice element attack. And this is the strategy. Just keep doing this. And he died before he got a turn. We can't one-shot him, but we can kill him before he gets a turn, so that works for me. That wasn't Red Room, that was Bloody. Different boss. That uses the same sprite, just palette swapped. Red Room actually got turns. Because we didn't have Billy and Ellie. Anyway. Let's get Billy's gear. I do love this sequence. This kid launches himself off of the roof and flies like across half of the yard to land on a seesaw. I don't think I've ever noticed how ridiculous that is. Like, he jumped so far, and it's just like, oh, he's fine. This kid is fine. Some of these you can apply. Some of this is, I have stupid overpowered gear that you should not have at this point, and you cannot get without major glitches. But there are definitely things you can use. Ether doublers are ridiculous, even casually. And this next boss that we're gonna fight basically the exact same way we would fight it in no major glitches. We're a little bit stronger, but at least it'll probably be the same. Okay. We have to have our second boss fight at the end of the dungeon. Ellie gets her turn first. Air rods. Oh burr. Let's show off how ridiculous the air rods are. So, even in a casual playthrough, if you do air rods there, that'll still do like 4,000 damage. It's not gonna quad 9, but air rods will still do like 4,000 damage if you have an ether doubler on her. And you can absolutely have an ether doubler at this point in the game. They are very much worth the money that you can spend on them. Like, they're very expensive, but they're absolutely worth it. Okay. Yes. Okay, let's go back to the Ethos HQ. But I like this segment because we can go, you can maybe, I don't know, You could probably have like other things on Ellie that boost her up if you want, like other than speed rings. Like you're not gonna have the speed ring S's. You might have like an ether stone or something on her instead, casually. Equipment-wise, at least, for sure. I don't remember the exact setup for that fight in No Major Glitches, but... Okay. Use those. Get our max HP up. Omega Sol, Omega Sol, Omega Sol. And Ellie does not need the Ether Doubler for this next section, so we're going to take it off. Ellie should not need the Ether Doubler to defeat these enemies. That is how strong Ellie is at this point. She should be able to one-shot everything in here without Ether Doubler. And she's has AoEs, so she's very good. Anyway, we're back in the HQ. Everyone's dying. This is not good. Boom. Yet, all these enemies have like 300 hit points, and Ellie does 400 damage without her doubler. She is plenty strong. Granted, I did give her like 60 ether drives, so don't expect this casually. I believe I can run. Yeah, I don't know why we can run from pincer attacks, but we can. So, and I'm gonna take it. I guess they don't block up. We can always run away up. Sure. In these narrow hallways, it makes sense that we can run a different direction. Everyone has to have a diagonal elevator. Come on, get in the door. Okay. This cutscene's kind of long. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a little lunch break. I will be back in a bit. Whew. Just made it back in time. Anyway. I went ahead and did like a whole bio break as well, just to make sure that that's taken care of. I have not eaten my lunch yet, I've just made my lunch. But this cutscene is also kind of long. Also, shoutouts to the last time we'll ever see Shakan mentioned. Ever. In this run. Like, this run make feel so weird because Shakan is like such a villain. They hype him up so much and then they just like forget about him. They mention him here as like an, oh, we're building off this villain you never saw. And then they never show him on screen. And they never mention him again after this point. As far as I'm concerned, Faye will finish the game in this universe, in this version of events, never knowing what Shakan looks like. Well, oh no, not Verlaine, we got so attached to you. You didn't even have a portrait. Oh no, not another one of these fights. But Ellie will burn, and then the fight's over. Nope. I guess the Pope folks at the Thames are dead. Oh well. I know, we were out of BART missiles, unfortunately. I love this cutscene because it implies that the Thames is like getting destroyed in this attack. And if you go there, they say, no, we're fine, we dealt with it on our own. Go to the next objective. So we're not gonna go save them because we're gonna just go straight to the next objective because they're fine. Like, actually, that is how this works out in the game. You get this scene, you get told very heavily to go check out the Thames, and then they're like, yeah, actually, we're fine, but we saw them going here. And they tell you where to go next. But you absolutely can just go there right now. Pretty much. Yeah, they're just like, yep, we healed everything, it's fine. And we fixed everything. Like, that was it. And we're just gonna set sail for the Ethos dig site, and we're gonna ignore the Thames. Ew. Dang it, Ellie. Here we go, straight to the Ethos dig site. This dungeon, I actually like the ambient music. Or the ambiance, and not actual music. That encounter is super easy to skip. All you have to do is just hug the wall and they don't attack you. This one you cannot dodge. Oh no. A bunch of enemies. Whatever will they do? Anyway. We don't have to fight that fight. Over there, it's not necessary. There is an invisible force to counter here. So don't worry, I was expecting this. I love that those text boxes can fill instantly, but none of the other ones can. Back that. Need your ether double back. Here we go. Of course, we did the thing where we went through the dungeon for the bad guy, and now the bad guy gets what he wants. Hi, Twilio and Serapita. Sure, they're real dangerous. I don't think we need speed stars here. Oh no. Whatever will I do? There we go, they're done. Bye, Twin Seraphita. It's a good one. Little unpolished in places, but it's good. Oh dear. They's disappeared. That's good. Gave you permission to change my camera angle. Yeah, I don't know. We don't want anything to do with those things. Oh dear. We're gonna have... Id can be given a weakness, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna make him weak to lightning. Or wind, yes. Based on Ellie, so she goes faster. Don't kill her. I mean, she should be fine. Yeah, she's fine. $1,100 damage, not bad. Do it again. And one more time. That should do it. Yep, there we go. Okay. Made it through the id fight. Oh yeah, that fight is awful casually. It's just awful. But even then, the strategy is basically use Ether Doubler. I mean, have more armor equipped and not as many speed rings, but use the Ether Doubler. Mostly have Ellie just use Ether stuff. And use the same Fusei strat, where you can cast Fusei on him with Satan, and casting Fusei on him doubles all of Ellie's damage. It's really good. Yeah, the no major glitches, the no major glitches strat is basically the same, except with a lot more armor and equipped and a lot more healing. You know, because you have Billy for healing, and Satan can also heal. And you build up a little bit of, like, combo stuff, and then you unload a combo with Billy and Satan to, you know, do some death blows. Yeah, it's just lower. They just got Emeralda out of there, eventually. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me down. Yep. That's basically what happens there. Anyway, we found Faye. He's awake. That's cool. But he's not allowed to participate in the next boss fight. Satan is also not allowed to participate, which means we're going to have to actually bring a third... Either Bart or Rico gets to participate, because we're bringing Billy and Ellie, because they're actually good. We're gonna swap Bart out for Rico because Rico is slow. Yeah, the first Omnigear's not until Anvari, and we're not getting Anvari. we're not doing that. We're not doing that part of the game. You mean part 1. We haven't seen we skipped Vanderkam. And we're also skipping Shakan, so this is the only one we get to see. This is the only one that's still in the run. Oh yeah, casually this is part 2. Yes. And it is weird that every single guy who powers up is bald. Maybe Groff can only power up bald men. Maybe that's just how it works. Yep. Oh dear. Nope, not ET machine. Special options. Air rods. Oh, air rods. Goodbye. And unfortunately, his final counterattack knocked Ellie out. Yeah, we have super powered air rods. We're fine. I don't know. That is weird. Okay, we're getting ready for Babel Tower, which is cool. A cool atmosphere, but not a great, not great gameplay-wise. Oh, how much platforming. But it's okay, we only have to do half of Babel Tower. As we're coming up on, Beep 2, the sequel, it's coming up soon. Yep, let's go to Babel Tower right away. I don't want Billy anymore, I want Stan back in the party. Billy's gotta be out of the party. Or we have bad situations happening with the glitch that we're gonna do. He'll come back. Billy's not done. Billy will come back. He just can't be in the party because if he's in the party, the game crashes. For what glitch we're about to do. The game gets really upset if Billy's in the party. Which is wild because it really should get upset that Satan and Ellie are in the party with what we're doing, but it doesn't get that upset about them. Anyway. On to Babel Tower. Don't do this to me. Okay. Here we go, into Babel Tower. That's fine, that was kind of intentional. Trying to go down there. I wasn't necessarily meaning to fall in the water, but I was trying to come down here. Here we are lined up. Good. The platforming, the specific path I took there is to avoid some scripted encounters in this room. We're gonna hop up here to skip an encounter over on the left side of the crane. We're gonna eat this cutscene because I hate the skip for this cutscene. It's really bad. It's rather precise, and if you miss the skip, you lose so much more time than it saves. So I hate it. So I just don't do it. I am like, I will eat your 5-second cutscene so that I don't have to skip that. Okay, we're gonna get out early there to get in, to head in here. Otherwise the game would tell us about going in here and I don't need it to do it. I'm not sure. Probably about 50% at least downtime. I would expect a little more than 50% cutscenes overall. There are a lot. Anyway, we're gonna hop in here without our gears, and it's gonna work. No, we can get back in our gears right there. Yes, my... That is the thing with this game, is the platforming. Interesting because if you're getting an encounter, it disables jumping but not moving, which means you just plummet. Really good. Yeah, the first area is bad. The second area only has fixed encounters, so it's better. A lot better there. Anyway, this is the boss fight. Yes, I mean, was a boss fight. The power of the kernel menu, which we're actually about to go back into. I mean, even in no major glitches, the answer to that fight is just, you still one-shot it. It's just one-shot it with air rods instead of one-shotting it with Faye. Yeah. I mean, Japanese kernel menu you have to have, like, the demo disc for, but English kernel menu you can just do it with disc 2. No, it's... The Japanese version is still much faster, because the kernel menu is different, and you can do more with it. But English still has the kernel menu. I should save. Yeah, the kernel menus are different between English and Japanese, but this is... Okay. Let's have this work on the first try, please. Nope. That's a game crash. And this is why we saved. This is why we saved. Again. Okay. That's frustrating. Fine. This is what happens when you try to do the kernel menu outside of the beginning of the game. It's a bit temperamental. But doing the kernel menu here saves multiple hours, so I can't not do it. I think I'd have to fail it something like 70 times before it... Somewhere in like the 70 to 80 times before it becomes time neutral. Before it would have been faster to just go without it. here. Like, just so that, like, you have the range of, like, how much time this saves. So this is worth trying basically forever. Because it will work within that number of times, unless my luck is truly astronomically poor. Woo! Third try! Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, it's a 2-minute time loss that you just can't avoid. Essentially, every time that fails. But we didn't get stuck too much. Oh yeah, it's gonna beep for a while. Anyway, we're gonna give Ellie some more ether. She needs more. Oh my goodness. We're gonna get another 99 for the road. Need these two things. And that's it. We're gonna save. And reset. Yeah, the beeping's not so bad there. I mean, with music in the background, I feel like the beeping is not as bad. The opening kernel menu where there's no music, it's just beeping. Ugh. Anyway, there is no more beeping. That was all the beeping of the run. We're done with all the beeping. We're done with all the major plot skips. Well, once we load back in here. Movie, I believe, would be for like a cutscene, but it doesn't do much, but it crashed the game. I don't know. I don't touch anything in there except menu. Because that's what I need to touch. Oh, right. We need to go out. It's probably supposed to be FMV playback, yeah. Anyway, there's something here now. Where this thing came from, but we're gonna head into the door and it's gonna fly away, I guess. Sure, Billy, we'll go too. Let's head into the store. I don't know what that thing with Billy was about. We're here, we're exploring. We found this room, and all of a sudden we have... Wait, Satan, you're gonna control the mirror? Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but sure, I guess. You decide you want to control the mirror. And we're gonna hold off the enemy? Sure. So this is why... Yes. Yes, Captain Duck, I did. We skipped to the return to the Tower of Babel. This is why that skip is worth redoing forever. Because we just skipped a whole lot of plot. I'm not keeping it from you. I'm not keeping it from you. You are welcome to go load this up on your own and go explore in the kernel menu. I am not going to do that here. So anyway, Faye and Ellie are going to fight, I guess, Blade Gash and Marine Basher. Faye, if he hits that first attack, it's worth going for more, but if he doesn't hit the first attack, it's not worth it. Welcome to the Air Odds Go Burr section. Ellie is going to send air odds flying and destroy everything with air odds. Yes, it is. When I said Shakan didn't make an appearance in this game, or in this run, I was not lying. Meanwhile, over at this place, which is now here, I don't know what we're doing here. The lights are off. Margie is here because we haven't actually done any of the Fort Jasper stuff, and we never turned the lights on, so the lights are off. It's only emergency lights. Margie's here because she's supposed to be here the first time you're here, and we haven't finished that yet, so Margie's just here in the corner. The lights are off, Billy. I don't know what you're doing, but I guess you're getting the gun ready. Billy is not able to see anything. And here comes... what are they? Skygeen and Grand Growl. That's their names. Look at me remembering their names. The gear names, not the actual elements. I know their names. I love that Margie's just standing there. The error. This character is not in Jasper. Please report this bug. Why, thank you, Satan and Ellie, for that insight. So, we're doing this fight with characters you're not supposed to have for this fight. Because they're supposed to be canonically also on the other side of the world. At Babel Tower. So, these two characters aren't here right now. No, don't attack. Definitely don't attack. Use some air odds. We're gonna solve all of our problems with air odds. At least just going to be in two places at once, air oddsing both of these fights. And this is pretty fast too, because it's just going to skip all of like the Fort Jasper characters' dialogue, whoever you actually like, the characters you bring to Fort Jasper are supposed to have little bits of dialogue here and there, and it just skips all of their dialogue because Ellie and Satan don't have dialogue. Other than that one debug message. They don't have dialogue here, so it just skips any of the dialogue that they would have said. That those party members would have said. It's just, nope, we're moving on. Billy only missed by a little bit without being able to see what he was aiming at. Honestly, pretty impressive. Okay, second Dominia Covenant fight. It's the same thing. We're gonna try and hit Blade Gash with a Fey X attack. We need an X attack in order to kill. If he misses one attack, it's not worth attacking anymore. Because if Fey hits Blade Gash, that's the one I'm worried about. Fey will hit Marine Basher with an attack, but it's not worth taking out Marine Basher unless we can take out Blade Gash and, not have to do Ellie's Aerod's animation. Yep, here's Ellie again, also in the tower. Also dealing with them. She's still here. She's just in both places at the same time. She must, because the fuel... It's clearly the same Ellie, because her fuel is, carrying over between fights in the different locations. We're getting the... We spent all the fuel of all the fights. But she's got plenty of fuel to use Aerods 4 times. Okay, there we go, we're done, hooray. We won the fights that we were just thrust into. Long range arrows, I love it. I do appreciate that this segment is using the only 4 useful characters in the run. We get to see them all shine. We get to see Faye, Ellie, Satan, and Billy, and that's it. There's no other characters. Bard is not here. Rico's not here. We haven't unlocked anyone else. Even though at this point in the game you're supposed to have Maria and Choo Choo in your party. They haven't joined just yet. Who are they? We don't know them. Yo! That's done. What's that pink thing doing? You've never seen that before. And why is there a random extra girl here? Who is she? Excuse me? Why are there 2 extra characters we've never met before just hanging out in this planning session with us? Also, I don't know what the Ignis Gate is, because we never talked about the Ignis Gate. Apparently there was a gate in Ignis that blew up. I don't remember this. Yeah, we need to get our gears upgraded by the salvagers at the Thames, which is still fine. I'm very glad they didn't cut out, that this run doesn't cut out any of the Thames time. Oh boy, they're back. Well. Surprise, we have an airship. Yeah, I don't care about your gear shop. I just came here because the plot told me to come here and talk to you. So we could get our upgrade. And now we're gonna head to Sargasso Point. Also, I think that was that little airship trip from Babel Tower to the Thames is the only time we fly the airship in all of Disc 1. And we're only gonna fly the airship once in Disc 2, so... It's like... We only ever get to fly the airship twice in the entire game. I mean, sure, casually you're probably gonna get more, but... Good night, Bart. Come on, game. Really? One last encounter? Okay. Faye, you should remember her. We ran into her really not very long ago. All we did since she got... Well, actually, no, he won't. Satan should know who she is. Because... Like, we saw her, then we went up Babel Tower a bit, blew up the second gate, and now we're here. Like, it really hasn't been that long. We first encountered her maybe an hour ago. If that. There we go. Done with that fight. Anyway, time to never use Emeralda. She's gonna join the party, but we're not gonna use her. My god. She really is just absolutely awful to Ellie. Yeah, oh my goodness. But there's Solaris. You know where that is now. Yes, we have to really build up Solaris. Also, I don't remember ever meeting Queen Zephyr, but I guess we've met Queen Zephyr now. And Yui just showed back up? That's cool. Okay. I mean, look, we're heading into the final, like, dungeon, essentially, of Disc 1. Yes, we're ready. Let's do this. We're going to Solaris. I love that it has to load us into the room first, because we've never loaded this room before. So it's like, let's load into the room and put the characters in the room, and then we can load up. Oh, okay, so her name is Maria. Cool. Now we know that. The first time we're really getting to hear her talk. Yeah, I know. I'm like, oh my goodness, Maria. That's a lot for you. You are an actual child. And there goes the good music. Yep. We're in Solaris now. And he just got yeeted into space. Well, that's fun. Hey, we met Samson. Hooray. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, Ellie. Did you know, if you just sprint, you don't have to do the stealth section? Like, You just go where you need to go as fast as possible. They don't catch you. But this isn't like one where you can run away after you get caught. It's like, oh, you got caught, you're done. But this one, yeah, it's just the timing on the like sentry bots works out perfectly that you can just sprint directly to where you need to go. If they spot you, you can't run away from them, but unless, like in the case, it spotted me after I opened the door, and then it's fine. I've already opened the door. You can't be caught if you're opening a door and going through a door. That's the rule. Anyway, that's all we need to do in that section of town. Just trying to sprint us through there. Oh yeah, it is amazing. I love it. We got a dedication ceremony to watch. Mm-hmm. Yes, we this thing that happened that is bad for us, that was the plan all along. Oh no. Okay, Faye. Yes, yes. You've met Krallian before. Oh right, sorry, they're security cubes. Those are not cubes. I'm sorry. Those are not cubes. Why are they called security cubes? Those are triangular prisms. And they're pretty thin triangular prisms. They're pretty short triangular prisms, I should say. But, like, there's no world in which that's a cube. Shoot. That was bad. Ugh. Hi. These battles aren't hard, they're just annoying. Okay, we have made it out of that little sewer section. Yes, the shower is not normal. Okay. Ellie was definitely peeking at Faye in the shower. Oh well. Okay, yep, we gotta talk to her to get her out of the house. So that we can break into Ellie's dad's office and log onto the computer. Ellie's dad has pretty bad password security. Ah, go up the stairs. Oh, we lost Ellie, but we escaped. That's good, right? Quercetan. Yay, backtracking back down. Come on. Through the door. And there we go. Almost there. We need a card to get in. Oh well. Oh, hi, Ellie. Ellie's back. Hooray. Ellie, it'll be okay. All we can do is go infiltrate this whole facility. We got a whole bunch of dungeon to get through. And we go. That's fine. Not worried about the damage. Yep, we gotta stop and eat. We gotta go through like the whole like silent system thing. Keep going. Definitely not. What kind of meat is this? It's yak meat. Thank you, Faye. Definitely yak meat. Oh my god. I have gotten so many encounters in here. This is ridiculous, actually, how many encounters I've gotten. You usually don't get an encounter on every single screen. But that's what it's been today. Every screen needs an encounter. Come on. In the door. It did not want me to open the door. I mean, the idea is that this is a tiny population compared to the population of the, like, rest of the world. And what they're doing is they are harvesting people from the rest of the world for this purpose. They're harvesting people from the surface, basically, for that purpose. Oh my goodness, do I need to get an encounter on every screen? I'm not even halfway through this screen, too. I need to push the button and then get out. Been some bad encounter luck here. I was half expecting to get an encounter before they could open that door. Just because... I'm not apologizing for that. It seems like the game's calmed down. No. Oh, you gave me an encounter now. I was going to try and make it to the door. I was expecting an encounter in this room. That room's kind of long. But now I'm going to go up to the other door if I can. Nope. I guess I went through the door. Okay. Fine game. Really? An encounter right before the box so I can't jump over it. Wow. An encounter left one halfway up that ramp. Like, half of all runs I do, I make it up the entire ramp without an encounter. That is ridiculous. It really is being spiteful today. Once again, Mecha, this is a small population in Solaris doing this to the entire population of the rest of the world. And I'm sure that they're not relying on this solely for as their only source of food. Especially for the forces they're deploying to the surface. Yes, that too. Anyway, we're done with the actual navigation of the dungeon for a while. We did it. We made it. Flashing warning coming up. Okay, flashing is done. Yes. Absolutely. It'd be the worst Discord server if only all they did was that much flashing. Oh, poor Ramses. Wait, come on. I'd like to be out of this cutscene. Here we go. We're just gonna... Gotta get out of Solaris now. Okay, Ellie's rescued. Great. Go. Let's get the gate blown up as well. And big explosion. Right. We are getting real close to the end of Disc 1. We got a little more navigation to do. And then the final boss of Disc 1, and then we're done. With Disc 1. And then it's Disc 2 time. Pretty much. The goal is... for good pace, the goal is like sub 10 hour Disc 1. Right now, that means we need to finish Grop Executioner within about 10 minutes. Because there's a lot of cutscenes on the other side of Grop Executioner. Yeah, I'm gonna go southwest. Thanks for the good luck. We are well over halfway through at this point. Disc 2 does not have a lot of stuff on it. Disc 1 is really the bulk of the run. And that's almost done. Disc 2 is a bunch of boss fights, 3 dungeons, and that's about it. And a whole lot of cutscenes. Which way do I want to go in the maze? Yes, this is the way I want to go. The maze is the worst part of this whole thing. Oh. Okay. It is a great game. There we go, we made it out of this maze. Basically done. I don't want to talk to any of you, we're just going to run straight through. We're going to have a lot of cutscenes here, and then it's boss fight time. Yeah, Hammer, Yes, we use the kernel menu. Okay. We need Ellie and we need Satan. And it's time for the final fight. I think we're gonna sub 10 hour this disc, which is good. Surprising. I'm a little surprised, but honestly, I'll take it. Okay. Beat stars. We want one guided shot on you. Yeah, we want guided shots on you first. Ellie, go faster. Second guided shot on you. Boom. Hit Executioner. And one more Thermo Dragon should do it. There we go. Both down. And that's disc 1 done. I'm gonna go ahead and get myself some food for disc 2. I'll be back in a bit. Enjoy some cutscenes. I have crude food. And the cutscenes aren't over yet. That's good. We're almost done. This is looking like a 9:58 disc 2, which is fine. Or, yeah. 9 hour, 58 minute disc 1. Roughly. Maybe a high of 9:57. Or low 9:58. Yeah, low 9:58. We'll save. Just so I don't have to redo any of disc 1. And it's time for disc 2. Here we go. Welcome to Xenogears Disc 2. We're gonna see a lot of people sitting in chairs. Oh my goodness, another member of the Mysterious family. It's Mysterious Old Man, who's now known as Tara. Tora's argument here makes no sense. Like, you showed up after finding out that it is now controllable. We found out it was now controllable. Literally in the last cutscene, no one left that room. Since then, we were the first people to leave the room, and now they're already here. It's ridiculous. Yes, Satan just happens to have an Omni gear. So what's happened basically is that Satan's gear is now worse, Faye's gear is now worse. Yeah. So a lot of our gears got downgrades. Faye's gear is still, like, Weltall's still okay, but it's gotten a downgrade. It will no longer punch as hard because they didn't think to install the Omega 100 engine that we put for the first one, onto this version. And we can no longer kernel menu because we're on disk 2. We can only kernel menu on disk 1, so. Yeah, but he doesn't have an Omega 100 engine now. His gear is not going to do, like, 2,500 damage with a basic attack. In fact, Satan is not going to be using that sword ever. Because the entire rest of the game is basically done with Faye and Billy. Ellie's gonna help us out with, like, a couple things early on in Disc 2, and that's it. The rest of it's Faye and Billy. Enjoy the system-made animation. This is the only time we're ever going to use it. Because it's bad. Like, I could spend 1,000 fuel to do that, or I could spend 1,000 fuel on this. This feels better. The trouble is, that animation time is significantly longer than punching. So, not as good as Welthall 1. Wait, what's that town? I don't think we've ever been there. Look, what happens next is not their fault. They think it's their fault, but it's not their fault. It's something that independently happened at the same time. No, we don't need to save. His fight strategy is the same in every run because there's no differences. There we go. No, we did not kill God. We killed a giant robot. Like an extra giant robot with our extra giant robot. That's it. Not God. Yep. You gotta talk about the haves and the have-nots. But we have to do a boss fight first. There we go. No, this is not a visual novel. This is an actual game. There's just a lot of cutscenes. And we're in an especially visual novel-y part of it. It's a game that becomes more and more a visual novel as it goes on. Really, disc 1 is all not that visual novel. It's just a lot of cutscenes, and we're rushing through everything. Yeah, and then disc 2 is this. We're already over half an hour into disc 2, and there has not been very much gameplay. We've had 3 fights. We've had 3 boss fights. That's about it.
All I can do for you now is ease your wounds.
Oh, but the anime budget is back. That's we've been missing that since like the first hour and a half. Yeah, the glitch run turns most fights into one-hit KOs, which definitely reduces the amount of gameplay that there is. Because I'm also not doing any preparations for the fights for the most part. I'm just like cruising through them. But there is real gameplay in this game. I promise. If you're not speedrunning it, you get to like actually explore and talk to people, and there's even some side stuff near the end. Like real side stuff. There is side stuff earlier on. I mean, this game is also like half cutscene in the speedrun, so more than half cutscene in the speedrun. So it's how it is. But we're gonna, after these cutscenes, we're gonna have a dungeon. A real dungeon. Oh boy, it's the worst Discord server again. We're still at it. We're still around in Disc 2. I'm gonna bring Billy. Yep, that's what I want on you. Oh. I have some ether drives. They're for Billy. Billy needs more ether. I already know the password. Just put in the password. Down the stairs. Or down the elevator. Excuse me. Let me in the door. My goodness. There we go. We did it. We did the dungeon. Hooray, we solved a few puzzles. Disc 2 dungeons are where they really got into puzzles. As a way to, like, extend the length of the dungeon. Like, the dungeon itself isn't very big, it just has puzzles in it that you have to solve. It's like, okay, I know all the answers to the puzzles, so we can just knock them out and then move on. They did it in Solaris at the end of Disc 1 as well, I guess. But we do have to fight some bosses on the way out. Time for our last on-foot battle of the entire run. The last battle we'll have outside of our gears. want to beat up Ellie. Let's get rid of Seraphita. Right away. Goodbye, Seraphita. Yep, let's start Faye now. It's very, very unlikely that we get an encounter on foot in the next dungeon. But I suppose it's technically possible. There we go. Good job, Faye and Ellie. So Faye and Ellie were, teamed up to take care of that fight. Billy is here for this next fight. Because Billy is going to shine. And boss time. Oh no, you're gonna spend your turn charging something up? Whatever will I do? Look at that animation time for quad 9s. This is why Billy is the best character. Just look how fast he does quad 9s. And they're gonna spend all their turns just changing elements because apparently they think that's a productive thing to do. And yeah, the G elements never did damage because they kept using their turns to swap elements on their attacks. And not actually using attacks. And that's the fight. Thanks, Billy. Yep, that was that. We got an anima relic. Great. Back to narration. There is another dungeon coming up not too far in the future. And then after that we get nothing until the final dungeon, which is going to be another almost 2.5 hours after that dungeon is done. This game really does have a 2.5 hour stretch of nothing but cutscenes and boss fights. Time for our second dungeon of the disc. Already? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it doesn't look like the most comfortable chair. The puzzles aren't so bad if you know the answers. Oh, I'm so glad that encounter was there and not a little bit later. Oh, please don't fall off the edge. Oh my gosh. That was really close to being really bad. Because not only did I almost fall there, but if I fall, that means that it's going to be at least another encounter just to get back up. Love that they make that gear or that bridge look like it can't carry a gear, but it absolutely can. We're gonna take this the fast way, which is just to run away at this point. I could kill him there easily, but meh. Okay. We did it. We have finished the second anima dungeon, which means we're done with dungeons until about the 13... till after the 13-hour mark. Now it's just going to be cutscenes and boss fights. Oh, bye, Kane. We're just, like, losing so many characters. We just watched Hammer die, and now Kane is gone. Cool, we're just gonna keep losing stuff. Okay, where's Discord server? It's time for you to finally do something and not just talk. Yes, they've been slowing down the speedrun as much as possible. The only actual thing that they do that's not just saying something. The only thing that they do in this entire game is use that key and activate it, and then they're done. Oh, sorry. It's not all visual novel and boss fights. There's one segment here where we're gonna have to walk from upstairs to where we're gonna have to go downstairs and into a room to continue the cutscenes. Oh, that was our little bit of movement. Hooray. That's like all we get. Yeah. No, the gears have not Xenoed yet. We have not found the Xenogears yet. We're not there yet. That's later in Disc 2. Anyway, time to go aboard the Eldritch. That's not Maha. It says Eldritch on the side. We can call it the Eldritch, not Mahanon. If we'd watched the opening cutscene, we would have seen this ship, like, crashing onto the planet. But we didn't watch the opening cutscene, so, yeah, we don't know what's happening. Why would we watch the opening cutscene? That's, like... Hold on. Need to make sure we're bringing Billy. Billy is important. We're gonna save and then we're gonna keep going. Yes, we're good. Continue the game. Bard is here simply because he's, like, mildly useful for Alpha Weltal, and it takes no effort to keep him in the party, and Satan is actually useless. Billy is the one we care about. There's one. We need to wait for me to use this attack twice. Shoot, I forgot. I messed up. Okay, we gotta wait for them 3 times. I messed up. I was supposed to build attack level with Billy, and I forgot. I don't love this. It's okay. We're doing the backup strat. The backup strat only works if Billy is alive. And he did not kill Billy. Backup strat is more annoying than the regular strat. Do the right attack. Oh my goodness. This boss is purely RNG. Which is really fun this far into a run. You know, if you're trying to do a PB attempt. To deal with this guy who's pure RNG. Okay, if I had not made a mistake, we would be able to kill him here. But I made a mistake, and I need to wait for him to do that attack one more time. And as long as either Faye or Billy is alive, we can finish the fight then. That started the animation like it was the attack, but this is the wrong attack. This might kill Bart, and that's okay if it does. I don't care. I do not care if Bart falls over. Okay, good. Not terribly badly punished for that. Boom, quad 9s. Dead. He counters everything with a really big heal, but that one attack halves his HP and all of your HP. So you're supposed to, like, wait for him to get low enough that you can finish him in one blow, which is what we have to do. It is pure RNG. What he always uses that having attack the first turn, his first turn. After that, it's pure RNG between his 3 attacks, and it's awful because you just have to wait for him to use the right attack. But we're done with that now. It wasn't too bad. We only had 3 extra turns. That's not the worst. Okay, Alpha Wellfall. Here we go. Unfortunately, we are going to have to kick out Alpha Wellfall because Alpha Wellfall is slow. It's going to take forever to actually knock us down. He just doesn't do that much damage. And it's going to be faster for us to just tear through his hit points. With mostly Billy. But we can Wild Smile him, for funsies. Okay. And that's that. We have done enough damage to Alpha Wellfall that he is gone. But, of course, the game says we lose because you're supposed to lose that fight. Yep, it's crucifying time. We've made it to crucifying time. I don't think it's wild that they chose to put 4 gears on crosses, and and one of the ones they chose was Choo Choo. Her name is Jazz. That is not a live feed of her. Okay, let's go, Ellie. Let's go deal with the crucifying. Oh good, Rank and friends are back. They're just here to talk. They all survived to this point. That's cool. Here it is. There we go. There we are. It's the crucifixion scene. Xenogears. Shoot you on the cross.